Hey guys, welcome. Today I'll continue to build the BIP44 compliant crypto wallet that I was working on. Yesterday I had some technical issues with the restream platform being able to broadcast the stream to YouTube. So yeah, I was not able to work it out that point of time. So I had to cancel the streaming plans yesterday. But today we'll continue and see how far we can get today. Yeah, that's pretty much. So, to give you a summary of what happened yesterday, we were able to confirm that the Bitcoin core node that finished up syncing all the entire ledger, and it was in sync. I'm starting it again, so it will again resync any of the transactions that has happened since then. And over here, we were working on our add view, I think. Yeah. Let me just open up my terminal, start Nginx, and we can get on our way. Okay, this should be up. Yes, it is. Now, let's see. Okay, so our home dashboard view was sort of done. We were working on the add account view. Yes, that's correct. Okay, so for adding an account, either we give the user the option to add a address right away, as in the user is aware of their address and they can just add a hot wallet over here, or the user needs to add a extended pub key for which there is an interaction required with the vault app. And I'm just wondering about the use case whether the user already has an address that is in use, they just want to monitor it, but it's not in the vault, it's not going to be in the vault. So do I want that here or not? Either way, we want to be able to give them the option of entering the address in a text field and not simply rely on the QR code. Maybe they have the QR code in a hardware wallet or something, or they scan the QR code. In any case, giving an option to enter the address in a text field makes sense. So let's add a text field over here. Also need an radio box so that the user can specify whether they are trying to add an extended pub key or a regular address. I can actually do that on the basis of the input itself. Because the extended pub keys have the xpub prefix, so I don't really need a radio option. Let's go without it for now. Let's be very specific with the classes, and later on when we're working with the design we can modify. I don't think the name even matters because we'll be linking it with view. I think the directive is v-model or something. Let's see. V-model is equal to variable name. Okay, over here we need to specify. See, naming things is very hard. What do I call it? Bitcoin address being added. I like to be very specific with names so that there is no confusion left at all. Bitcoin address being added. Hmm. This did not show up at all. Why is that? Okay, it's here, but okay, I guess some styles are being applied to it from Tailwind. That's why it's not showing up. That's all right. Hmm. Let's copy some Tailwind font styles. This looks good. Okay, let's roll with this for now. Added a level. Add a label to this screen as well. I don't have my Restream chart open, so let me open that. Close all these. Okay. Okay. So now we have the input field for adding an address. Let's see, we entered something. Then it simply bind it to the model correctly. That's good. Now what do we want to happen with it? We want to save in the database. And while saving, we need a button for it to save. Input type button. Should I simply use button? Always prefer MDN resource over W3 schools to make sure that you're getting the very reliable, up-to-date information about everything. Why do we have to specify a type button for button? That makes no sense, but I guess that's fine. It's not a self-closing tag either. We have the footer here. Adding some margins so that it looks a little better while we're working on it. Okay, what else? Now, upon clicking this button, we need to save this address, or we also need a label for the uh, account that the user is adding. So, actually, let's copy a form with a couple of fields and simply add the field over there. Yeah, this is fine. This looks good. Okay, let's see. Let's copy this in its entire form. Let's see. These two are the ones that we're gonna use. Just making sure they're not duplicated anywhere. Let's delete that. Comment this out. Okay, let me see if the Visual VSC can comment this out. Yeah, perfect. So now this becomes account label. What does the user want to call this account? Using add as a prefix here, account label being the field. What else? What else? Placeholder can be, what's a good? Let's add personal as the placeholder over there. Then choose a unique label for this account. Then for this field, using add as a prefix again, we added account label. Now we add the address, which can also be an extended pub key. Do we want to make that distinction? Let's go along with it as is for now. Let me check the settings here. Text editor. Where is the default indentation that I can specify? I don't see it here. Oh, we can search here. Oops, yes, found the culprit. I don't think there's a save button anywhere. It's being stupid again. Is this dependent on specific file extensions? Oh, we have a different setting here, so let's uncheck this as well, uncheck this as well. That's stupid. I'll have to do that for every workspace folder that I have. That makes no sense. Okay, let's do it one more time. Everything is tabbed, save, and it's spaces again. Fuck you. Okay, let's get back to where we were. We are at the label. Um, we have the ID for the labels, right? Yes. One next six tick 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 tick. That kind of looks like a Bitcoin address. Oh, we have validation styles in here as well. Unique label for this account. We don't need it to be red. Container. I don't know what that file is supposed to do. Let's just give it something like, oh, that's actually short, narrower. MX auto is what I want to do here. Yes, looks better. If we can add this, we can add this. That's cool. We don't have a model for the account label here. Bitcoin. We need better names. Let's use the form prefix and then the form itself, add account, and then field name, form add account label. Yes, let's use that convention for naming things. Okay, don't need any value here. We'll need to change this. So this will become form add account address. Okay, we haven't specified the model here for it. So let's go ahead and do that. That should do it. Okay. Is not defined and in use, which is here. So let's get rid of that. No errors. Personal 1xyz. Checking the bindings here. App dot form 1xyz, yes. And label personal. Cool. Now you want a good looking button, so let's just use this. Let's use this. This is really stupid. Only the commented out content has tabs as indentation and everything else is space, even though I've configured it. This is kind of bugging me. Detect indentation. It has something to do with the file extension. Hmm. Let's disable that for now and see if that does the trick. I'm pretty sure it won't. Yeah. Screw you. Okay, let's continue. We'll call this button add, refreshing, add personal da da da. We'll need some sort of an icon here which will trigger the QR code scanning. But let's leave the QR code implementation for the very end. Let's add this small label for this field as well. And this one has a margin of padding, margin MB3, and this one doesn't have it. This, so let's add the same here. Okay. Do we need anything else here? The account address, the label. I don't think so. This should be good to go. Now I want to trigger an API call which will send the data back to the API server save it and accordingly show a notification over here. But since we don't have our backend API built right now, how do we do it? Should we leave it or should we partially build it? Actually, all the API interactions for later. Let's build all these screens in the very basic format that's possible, and then we'll move accordingly. Okay, so receive crypto. What does this screen need to show? It needs to show the user a fresh address that's not in use anywhere. So this will always be generated from an extended pub key. So I think when we load stuff for the very first go, let's add some to-dos over here. What all stuff are we loading here? So different addresses that are added. So the xpub key would also exist here. I lost my train of thought. Sorry. uh, I think I was going to add extended pub key retrieval only, but since we have it here, let's think through this. The user on the dashboard, it will show all accounts that are added with their labels. So label the address in this case. I mean, on the like in the UI, this will not be shown all the time because we're using labels to identify them. So a better UX would be to simply show labels and then the balance, and this would be hidden behind mm, a hidden column maybe, or an accordion of some sort that expands and shows this information, because for an extended pub key, this will not mean showing just one address. It would mean showing a bunch of address, and it can be 3 or 4 addresses or 500 addresses. We don't know. So we'll need to think through that as well. But for the most part, I don't think. Hmm. Hey bro, क्या हाल है? Thanks. कल ही सोच रहा था कि कुछ करा जाए इनका, कटवा लूँ क्या, रादर खुद ही ट्रिम कर लूँ क्या, बट चल रहा है अभी. So continuing, let's see. Okay, we show balances here. To show all this, we have the data in the response here. So that should be sufficient because it's doing all of this for us, and we simply have to display it on the add screen. We have to add. We have the form ready. Form submission would trigger an API request back to the backend that will save it, and on once it's saved, we'll simply refresh the addresses that are available and update the models that we have in view. So that will accordingly re-render this, and then on the receive screen, we need to generate a fresh address out of the xpub key. So we would already have the xpub key on the client side, but since we need to keep a track of um, only using one address at a single time, like not using in a single address for more than one transaction, we need to be very sure of what address have we given out to the user for use, which can potentially see a transaction coming, and which we haven't. So I think we have to generate this from the backend itself. So we'll have to request it from the backend. Let's duplicate this here. Mock API, let's call it mock expubgen. And also let's create a mocks folder so that all these JSON, what? That's really stupid of the Windows terminal to do that. Move all the JSON files in the mocks directory. So we have both of them here. We'll need to update the path over here. So hitting this API endpoint will have a response of a single string. And considering the user can have multiple accounts added, we need to prompt the user out of which extended pub key the user wants an address. Maybe they want to use for different purposes. So a prompt for the actual account that should be used is what needs to happen here. Let's go ahead and do this. This becomes receive, and inside of it we add a header first and then continue adding other things. Receive payment. Let's make sure that works. That works. Okay. What do we need here? Let's add this to the dashboard first. Okay. Receive payment. Now, what do we need? Prompt for the account. Yes. So that's gonna be a drop down, and option B4, and we want to iterate over different accounts under BTC. Oh, in the add account screen, we did not use supported cryptocurrencies kind of format, so that when new things are added, this UI automatically adapts. Let's think about this. We're only inferring what cryptocurrencies are in use based on the response from the initial load of the data from API. And We can also do this later on, because right now if I do it in a particular way and then I realize I need to do something else, I might have to change it. But if I just postpone it, I'll have to do it in one go. So that seems better. So let's just leave it for now and come back to this. We were iterating over the accounts we have. So let's, assuming Bitcoin is the only currency we're gonna work with right now, we need to be able to loop over this. So it's stored in here. I mean, I'm pretty sure I will have to change these formats as well. But so get fresh address, and the backend will obviously have its own algorithm to generate these addresses and recover them after a certain expiration, after which it's safe to assume that this address is not going to see an incoming transfer and we can possibly reuse this address. Because otherwise, if we generate a bunch of addresses and we get a series of addresses that are not in use, then that kind of conflicts with the gap limit of the BIP44, which sets the value of gap limit as 20. So at any point, at any wallet, when it's scanning for funds in your extended pub key, it will stop doing so once it finds 20 addresses in a sequence which do not have funds in them. So maybe you have funds after them, but then the wallet will not show it unless you explicitly make it scan beyond the 20 gap limit. I'll surely support a very high gap limit, because 20 doesn't really make sense if you are using the address generation aspect of things in an e-commerce system or something. For personal usage, 20 is fine because you're manually generating more addresses. It's a very wild case that you'll have 20 addresses generated sent out to people to receive payments and none of them have paid. But still, okay, get fresh address. Let's fetch it from mock xpubgen. We'll obviously passing some parameters here, which will be we need identifier for accounts here. So every added account, I mean, there should be an integer identifier behind this label, so that it's a little easier to work with in such scenarios where I want to indicate the backend that I want a certain operation with a particular account, and instead of relying on labels which are strings, I can simply rely on integer which is solid. Let's call it 1, because for now it's simply gonna be ignored. So this value essentially will arrive from here. When the function is invoked, it will pass a value to it, and this will obviously be the account ID. So let's just use account ID over here, and we want to save the data. Fresh address. Okay. Let's see. Now we want it to only give us a single object, and that object will have only one value, and later on if needed it can have more values. So let's modify this by hand. the address. This should do it. Like this address was generated. Okay, and the front end doesn't know about what address is in use and what isn't. At any point of time when the front end wants to generate a new address, it hits the API, and the backend it's the backend's responsibility to keep track of generating more and more addresses and recovering after they are expired and unused. Okay, so we get this address here. Let's bind the actual API call to where this will be fired, which will be okay. We kind of jump ahead over here. We first need to show the accounts that we have, right? So I think it's back up again. How are we looking here? Twitch is obviously going to be stupid about it and create another stream, I'm sure. Yes. Even though I have an option enabled that allows resuming the streams, yet it continues to function like this. This is stupid. Softwares are generally stupid. As software developers, it's our job to make them suck less. How's YouTube looking? Back up, yes. In the same stream. Yes, same stream. Okay. I think I saw a comment. I'm not sure if you're still watching. Okay, where were we? Accounts, Bitcoin accounts. So this will become an array, and we'll populate this by iterating this. For that, we iterate over this. App.api data. So it's an array of objects, and I have to iterate this. So we'll simply use a for loop here, where is equal to 0, I less than this.api data.length, I plus plus, then we add, what do we add? But we first have to check this.api data I. JavaScript is weird, man. Just making sure it's accessible. Yeah. Using the index, we need to check the symbol. If symbol is equal to BTC, and if that's the case, push it inside. But what all do we wanna keep track of here? My food is here as well. It's really ridiculous when I don't realize when I muted myself and not got to do something about it. Hey, you asked what OS are you building the wallet for? Um, Not sure I understand the question. Do you mean where you will be able to run both the apps, the Vault app and the Wallet app? So my idea is to have the Wallet app based on, like as you can see, it's functional in a browser, right? So it will work on desktop, on mobile as a PWA, such things. And for the Vault app, you will need a dedicated device which can always stay offline. It never connects to the internet. So that will have to be Raspberry Pi or something. Essentially, the one that has no Wi-Fi or Bluetooth hardware available to it, because we want to we really want to keep it secure, so that the only way of interacting with that device is QR codes, which is simply passing around some data, and there would be confirmation of the data before you actually do the signing of transactions. So it's I just want to build it because I want that level of security. I want people to have that level of security with their funds. Yeah, I mean, so kind of a hardware wallet, yeah. But in this case, I'm building my hardware wallet like own. But of all the hardware wallets, they have a problem. They have a big problem. Their source code is not open source, so we don't really know at what point a security issue can come up. Somebody can exploit a vulnerability on day zero and steal a lot of funds, because at the end of the day you have to connect the ledger or the treasure to the PC using a cable, right? So it's connected to the system. No matter how much security you want to build around that communication channel, it can always have an issue. Bugs are discovered every day, and we don't want something like funds being stolen because of that. Who knows, man? Data has been the oil for so many years now. There's actually this wallet. Yeah, I'm not on wrong screen. I'm just eating, so I don't really have a didn't really plan for having a meal screen. So just put that up when I have to quickly eat something before I get back to my stream. How about you? Are you a developer? What do you work in? Oh, game on Ethereum. Cool. I'm yet to learn the Ethereum code base, not as in the core code base, but as in how things work in it. I understand the concept of everything that goes inside of Bitcoin very much. So I still lack the context of how the smart contracts actually work and whatnot. I mean, like, I have a general idea, but not enough that I can build things on it. Okay. So is it like a side project of yours, this game? Oh, nice. Is it live somewhere that we can check out? It's hard to make out time. Yeah. Okay. By the way, how did you find me? I'm guessing from the Reddit post I made in the Watch People Code subreddit. Figured. Yes, cool. You said you develop for a university. Can you elaborate on that? Like, are you totally into software or you are into hardware as well? Just software, okay. Yeah, can you hear me? No? Oh, hi. So Java apps on the web who teachers and students use. Okay. Um, I'm having Rajma Chawal. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Indian cuisine. It's kind of a bean. I think globally it's popularly known as red beans. So yeah, that with rice. Okay, cool. Sure, man. Take care. Bye bye. What's up, man? Are you a developer as well? Oh, you're going. Okay. See ya. Sorry, I was on mute. Okay, you were saying bye to him. So, what do you do, man? Are you a developer? And I'm guessing you also found me through Reddit from the post I made at Watch People Code. Oh, from Twitch. Okay, that's cool. I mean, this is like the my second stream today. Recently started. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So I mean, I'll be building a lot of stuff around the BIP44 wallet. I'm not sure if you are familiar with the cryptocurrencies and the wallets in general and the approach I'm taking. Oh, cool. Hey, Mridul. I've also, in order to be able to build this air cap system that I'm working on, I also ordered some Raspberry Pi and a basic soldering kit. So that would be a fun project to work on in terms of hardware. Hmm. Yeah, I know, brother. I keep hearing about mic being too low. I'm not sure what to do about it. Because if I increase it too much here, I think it picks up a lot of background noise. I think I'll have to look up a way of amplifying the volume without really picking up the sensitivity of the microphone. So you know about the Bitcoin, but not about the intervals. What intervals? What do you mean? I'm the first Indian streamer you have seen. Oh, okay, that's cool. I mean, oh, your audio is fine. Okay. I mean, I wasn't sure because I know it was low in the first stream, so I increased it, but I was still getting a couple of complaints about it. Oh, you meant internals. Background noise में बस spoon का sound आया. Of course, brother, I was eating, but I'm done eating now. Hmm. Okay, I'm done eating. We can get back to what we were doing. So, um, if you don't know about Bitcoin internals, I would suggest that you look into it a little bit because it can have huge impact on the world that we live in. It's not just an experimental technology anymore. I mean, people do call it speculative technology, speculative asset, but it has such a huge potential once you understand what problem it's exactly solving. You would want to get involved. That's for sure. Let's see if I can keep the chat open in a small window somewhere. Let's keep it up. Okay, where were we? Okay, we were working on the drop down for the receive payment prompt. For that, we were populating a bunch of variables from the first payload of data that we received from the API on page load. So, hmm, I remember writing a for code here, for loop here. Where did that go? Oh, that was here. Okay. So once the symbol matches here, Mithul, I'm only streaming on YouTube and Twitch for now. That's pretty much I think where I'll be streaming. Oh yeah, I mean like you don't have to go through the code to understand it, right? If you understand it, that's great. That's all you need to know to understand the importance and be able to use it. I'm just building this wallet because the most secure way uh, that you can use a crypto wallet solution that exists out there is a hardware wallet, and they have a big security problem with them. Their source code for the software is not open source. So, do you really want to rely on a hardware wallet which might receive a security vulnerability at any point of time? And knowing that you have to plug that hardware wallet into a computer that's live on the internet, it's risky. I mean, no matter what kind of efforts you can make to secure that, there can always be different sorts of bugs. So my solution is to implement an air gap wallet, which is essentially two device approach, and the vault app, which takes care of the signing of transactions, is air gapped, which essentially means that it's that device is never connected to the internet, is does not have any options of interacting with anything else. No Wi-Fi, no Bluetooth, no fans, nothing. So even air-gapped attacks are not possible for it. I mean, as far as I've researched, the air-gap attacks tend to use some fans or something to make certain sound patterns which are inferred by a secondary device that's around them, and that's how they are able to get that data out. But in this case, since I'm using a Raspberry Pi, uh, that's not an option because it has no fans, not even a fan to cool the CPU because it's so tiny and so power efficient that it does not generate that much heat. So it's fine that way. And also, just having an air gap device is much more secure than having an hot device which is connected to the internet. So yeah, that's the mindset from where I'm approaching this project and I'm building it out. Little to know this, you'll have to look up what Bitcoin is, and then you will understand why uh, why I'm approaching the problem of holding Bitcoins in a two-device approach. No, the Trezor isn't air gap. Either you require of all the hardware wallets except one, you either need to plug it in using a USB wire, or it relies on Bluetooth and connects to your phone. So that exposes a certain range of attack vectors. Because if you think about it, the device has to be able to communicate. It simply offloads the task of the signing of transactions on a different device, does it there securely, and exports the signed transaction. So effectively, the private key, the sensitive information, doesn't ever reaches the hot computer, and it happens on the separate device that's designed for it, right? But if the code for that is not open source, then you have your own set of vulnerabilities that can come up, or you might become a victim of that. So if you have sufficient funds, um, you might, since I mean, like, there is no option, or there is no central authority involved, so there is no option of raising a complaint against a fraud or something. So once it's gone, it's gone. So it's your job to do whatever you can to make sure your funds are safe. So that's why I'm approaching this with the two device air gap model. And the wallet that I was telling you about, that does have their software open sourced, is called, I'm not sure the name, let me just check. Yeah, this is it. The coldcardwallet.com. So I'm not sure if this is completely air gapped, but at least of all the hardware wallets, uh, it does have the software for it open sourced. And also there is one kind of attack that's possible that nobody knows, that like very very little stuff is known about it, is how the keys are generated in a hardware wallet. If it's not cryptographically secure, the randomization algorithm, the entropy that is used to arrive at a random number, then it becomes trivial for someone to just generate a bunch of private keys, which is essentially a number, right? And be able to land upon your wallet that you are using. So that's why I always recommend really trusting the entropy source that's in use, and also using a passphrase along with your seed. So this project, the software is open source, and it gives you the ability that if you do not trust the random number generator of this hardware, you can roll your own dice to provide the entropy, and then it will generate the seed for you. So I've not seen anything wrong with this device. It's just that this it has a limitation that it only supports Bitcoin as of now. No Ethereum, no other coins. So yeah, so once I'm done with my project, it will be effectively more secure than any hardware wallet out there that I've seen, and it will support, like support of any coin can be built into it, and I'll be open sourcing all of the source code so people can collaborate, review, and whatever. Okay, coming back to it. Once we know the symbol, we have to account. We add the account in this array. For that, we match the symbol, and all of this will have to be a part of it. So I'm just thinking, why even bother removing this key? Let it be a part of it. Let's mhm. JavaScript doesn't do well with associative arrays. No. The Vault application that will be run on the Raspberry Pi will not have a web interface. It will have a dedicated screen to it, right? So it's something that you can build on your own. You will essentially need a Raspberry Pi instead of an old computer because it doesn't have any fans, and the security of air gap devices rely a lot on if there are fans. There are certain malwares which are essentially proof of concepts at this point that are able to extract the data out of the air gap system using their fans, using the power supply, increasing, decreasing the load, making the fans go loud and low, and like different sound patterns. Based on that, a secondary device nearby, they will use that opportunity to switch the microphone on and listen to such patterns and accordingly steal data. So my Raspberry Pi will have a dedicated screen. It's completely not like completely isolated from any other device, and the only way you can interact with it is QR codes. So essentially text strings. So when you generate a new extended pub key, you generate that on the Vault end, right? And simply scan that QR code to import the extended pub key in your wallet. And when you need to make a transaction, you generate an unsigned transaction that shows up as a QR code. You show that into the webcam of the Raspberry Pi. It takes the QR code, shows your confirmation that this is what you intend to do, like send payment to this address of this much amount, and then you approve it. Then it signs the transaction, generates a QR code for you that you scan back from your wallet app, and simply broadcast it to the network using internet. Yeah, thanks, man. See if this, okay, we have an error. Hmm. Do I not have it as saved, or I think it's missing a model name here, that's why. Yep, that was it. Let's undock it. I want to look at accounts, Bitcoin accounts, yes. Okay, so we have the accounts loaded in here with the labels, with the flags and the addresses. Cool. Let's see. Now we can do this. How's the summer? Summer like pretty hot. It's really hot outside, and with the ongoing issues of the lockdown, we don't really have much freedom left. So that's why we need Bitcoin. Hmm. Let's see. We want to iterate on the model which is app.bitcoin accounts. So let's put that in here. We don't need to specify app bitcoin accounts, but I need to be able to pick a key from it so that that's used here. How do I do that? I mean, this is not an array, so it's not gonna iterate like that. I mean, it's an array, but the data that I want is where from? Where do you live? Accounts. So iterate over that, but use the key that is Bitcoin accounts. Let's use label for now. Whoa, what kind of drop down is this? It looks like an empty one. Yes, empty. Neighbor, which city? I mean, it's cool if you don't want to disclose it. I understand privacy. Bitcoin accounts with label, Bitcoin accounts. Let's look that up. Vue.js, select drop downs. Lahore, okay. That's I'm guessing that's also pretty hard, right? Hmm. Oh, that was stupid of me to specify it like that. Should be account in Bitcoin accounts and then account.label. I knew I was making a silly mistake. Cool. It shows up now. Correct. So we need a label over here, which is essentially tell the user to choose the account under which you want to receive payment. '41. I think, yeah, we are also at 40 plus degrees Celsius at in Delhi right now. So what do you do? What are you working on? Any side projects that you're excited about? We need the values for this, which will be the account ID in this case. And did I add the account ID earlier? I did not, so I need to add that. Account ID 1. Let's copy that. 2, 3. Reloading. Okay. Did I not save it? Oh, I didn't specify it. Let's simply have ID here. Account dot ID. That should be it. Oops, did not render. Okay, because it's an attribute. So how do I render attributes in view? You're working on an Instagram clone. So are you building that in order to showcase your skills and maybe show that project in your portfolio? Is that your plan? Vue.js render. We have select here. Hmm. Cool. What like, are you building that with a backend as well, or just a front end? Like sort of a design, how you think it should look, or rather just copying over the design, but doing a PHP backend and the friend is doing the React Native app on it. Okay, cool. So you're essentially a backend developer like me. I'm not big on front end development, but with frameworks like Tailwind CSS, it's much better these days. I just need to learn Flex, and I should be sorted. Okay, value like that. Yep, the so select box is ready. Now choose the account which you want to receive payment, and then there will need a button for generating the address. Let's go with the button that we have here. Generate address. Cool. Uh, hmm. Full stack. Okay, cool. I mean, anyone who can work with kind of who can build an entire thing together, which involves backend and frontend, is essentially a full stack developer. But such terms is often looked down by the industry people because they are like, if you're doing both things, you are not an expert in either of them, which obviously, like, there are several exceptions to that statement. Hmm. So did you just finish your college? But I was telling it later. Okay. At least this shows me the boundaries of the select. That's too much. Okay. Let's roll with that. Oh, you are in your final year. Okay. The colleges must be under lockdown as well, right? So you are not required to go to college these days. I mean, for the past few months. What's the likely scenario that's going to happen for your final year? Are they just gonna sign off students, or are they gonna stretch their tenure and make them finish their education left in the last semester or so? So after clicking this generate address, the API call is fire, which is this. Now we need to fire this by passing the account ID, even though it's not in use, but let's pass it so that when we get around to do that, we'll have to do less work. Mhm. Okay, I'm just thinking of adding a console.clear here so that, well, yeah, bad idea. What if it hides something important and then I'm not able to see an error and I'm just banging my head against the wall? You have been at home since March. So have I, man. So have I. Okay, clicking on generate address. Okay, we want to fire this function. Vue.js fire method on form submission. Submit a form in Vue, proper form ending. This is the second time I'm seeing a tutorial in Result that's on the DigitalOcean community and has nothing to do with servers. Totally client and side. Why is this article even residing there? Oh, online classes. Okay. I mean, it must be easy to not attend the class and have your attendance marked as attended, right? Okay, we have the provision of using at click, which inside of which I can simply specify our function. But how do I pass data? But let's first check that it's indeed firing. Oops, error. Invalid handler for event click. Hmm, why is that? Get fresh address is not defined on the instance, but referenced. Not defined on the instance? What do you mean? It's right here. Bunch of errors. Yeah, but I'm sure like missing out on college life is kind of brutal. Hmm. Property of method good feature is not defined at the instance. Why does it think? Oh, I defined it wrong. What am I doing? I simply defined it as mounted, and that supposedly it should be something like this, I think. Oh, you missed the library? Uh, I mean, when I had access to library, then I wasn't really into books, but missed opportunity, I guess. I mean, we used to use library as a place to go and sit and chat with friends, just hang out in general, nothing else. If we have some project or some assignment to finish, then we'll go to the library and get our work done. Do we have a missing parenthesis here? What's going on? Okay, then that ends up here, and this is indeed for the function, which it should come here. Let's get remove this. I'm not sure what the error is. Ah, so I see you're utilizing the library the same way I did. Oh, maybe that's not how you define functions in Vue. I think I'll have to do it outside. Vue.js, custom functions. Oh, that's cool. We had something similar. The actual library, you can't talk inside of that. But outside of that, there were like big halls named as reading room. So if you want to read the newspaper or just chat or hang out there, that's the place to go. Now we need to define methods first. And inside of that, all functions can come. I can't read your name. What's Nusavipa? Hey, hi. Crypto billionaire? I wish. Ah, that's too bad. I used to borrow a book here and there. I mean, at least a couple of books in a single semester. Um, yeah, so see, he's a billionaire. Ask him anything. बाय द वे अर्चित, तुमने इस नाम से अकाउंट बनाया या फिर तुम्हारा इसी नाम से था? What's the deal here? Okay. Hmm. So it gave me the mouse event here. So I need to check how data is passed between methods. Event. What do you want to hire me for? What do you have in mind? Uh, let's see how to pass data. You just click pass data to methods. Hmm. Okay. So it simply becomes account.id. But how do I catch it in the second argument? Okay, I think if you don't specify an argument, then it passes the event as the first argument, and if you do, then it replaces it. And if you also need the event object, you specify it in the second argument. Let's try running this. Nope. Property of method account. This is not defined at the instance. Why is it not? You want to build a new website. What sort of website? Cannot be property ID of undefined. So why is account not defined on this instance? You want to build a regular business website? Okay. I mean, that's not really an exciting project for me to work on, but hopefully you'll find someone. Ideas don't really matter, man. It's the execution that counts. Ideas are cheap. It's the execution that takes work. Um, what's going on here? Hmm. How do I just? What? Okay. Mm. Oh, that makes sense. Why would it have an ID if it's outside of it? So we need to get the selected account ID outside. So how do we do that? Um, so we don't even need to pass it here. We simply call the get fresh address. And inside of get fresh address, I can simply pull the value out for the select dropdown, which I can make into a variable for form receive payment account. Does JavaScript have null? Yeah, okay. None, nil. That's Go language that has nil. Hmm. So now inside of this, we don't need the event as such. We simply need the account ID, and we can get the account ID by form receive payment account. But at what point does this variable gets its value? It gets it from the select dropdown. Let's try running this. Reference error, form receive payment account is not defined. Why is that? Does the default value matters here? It doesn't. Okay, so it's trying to access inside of the function, which is where, okay, we will need to reference this as this dot. Okay, so we got this zero value. Don't need zero here. Remove it. So we now have null because we have not chosen anything. Once we do, when we fire it again, it gets 2. 1, 3. Cool. But what are these errors that are happening? Uh, okay, so account ID is not available here. It's simply from receive payment account. What's the use case for this? Vue.js. Okay, sure. Catch you later. Event dot is trusted. I think it's It has to do something to do with it being an actual click or a simulated one using software. Oops. That is true when the event was run by user action and false when the event was created modified by a script or dispatched by us. Okay, I was right. Cool. So now we click this, we have the ID, and we simply must be filing the request at this point. Are we? Are we not? What's going on? Okay, let's get rid of the account ID. We have refreshed this page, so there are no more errors. Go to network, clear it, select one, generate address. Okay. Oh, again, this dot. Cool, cool, cool. And this request was fired, and an address was received in response to this, which was stored in this dot fresh address, I believe. Let's check that. App dot fresh address, correct. Now we simply show that to the user. Uh, which will, so now once the user clicks that, we shows them this QR code below it. I think we don't need to hide any of the existing form fields. We simply show it. And how do we show it? In an input field, disable input field. Yeah, let's do that. Input type, text, disabled is equal to disabled. Remodel for fresh address. So we get this here. Doesn't pop up here because the errors are ruining our life. That's why. This didn't do anything. Let's resolve this. Property method fresh address is not defined on the instance. Fresh address. Okay, it's not. Oh, I didn't define it yet. Let's call it form receive. It's not a form, so let's not call it form. Let's call it fresh address itself. Why is it still complaining? It says it is not defined. Oh, capital A. My bad. So we've got an object. Fresh address is an object. So we simply access it. I think it's the address that we need to reference. Okay, cool. Should work now. Let's see. Click this, get it. Click this, get it. Cool, cool. So that's also done now. Receive. Okay, that's done. Now, send. Send screen. Let's come to scan screen. Send screen. Let's copy this piece of code here, duplicate it, change the route to send payment. So essentially what we want to do is let the user choose the recipient address, the amount of funds that they have to transfer, have a little validation that they cannot specify more funds than they actually have as a user validation, but I think we can even skip the validation for now and come back to it when we are actually doing the UI. So an option for recipient address, then the amount, and then when the user clicks on send payment, it generates signed data for that transaction, essentially those two details. That's pretty much it. The recipient address and details in a small JSON payload, which will also encode in a QR format and show it on the screen so that the user can take this screen, take the wallet app here and show it into the webcam of Vault app, which it will then read the QR code and confirm the user that they really intend to send the transfer to this address and this amount. And after confirmation, it will sign it and generate a QR code again, which the wallet will need to scan back, essentially covering the air gap. Choose the account under which you want to receive payment. Uh, Choose the account from which you want to send payment. I mean, they will have the option of choosing all so that different addresses across different accounts can be used in a single transaction to sign that transaction. Okay, so this would be, let's define a bunch of new properties here. Form acquire account, from recipient, form send payment account. The default value is all, so that it doesn't really matter what to choose. Should it be default though? I don't know. I think it should be null unless the user explicitly choose that they want to do so, because in a way, if they are making a transaction like that, they are merging the identities of two different accounts together. Not two different accounts, but different addresses together, which I don't know if it's a bad thing to do. So if I'm making out a payment and if I choose a particular account, it will goes from there. But if I choose it all, then what account does it prefer? And if that's not sufficient, what's the secondary account that it will go to and try to use funds from that account? So yeah, I don't want to assume any defaults in that kind of a scenario, so better to go with null and explicitly get the user's confirmation for that. So form send payment account, form send payment amount, which will be, if I put in 0 here, then there will be a 0 in the input field and the user will have to edit it. So I'm going with null again. Account and amount, we have two fields now. Send payment. This becomes choose the account from which you want to send payment. From send payment account. Account.label, account on Bitcoin coins. Send payment. Generate QR code for send payment. So also need a input field over here. Let's copy the field from above. Amount. Later in the UI, we'll need a option to toggle to specify the amount either in BTC or milli BTC. Those kind of options so that they can indeed specify Satoshis directly and not a decimal value of Bitcoins. Choose account, transactions and payment. We also need an all option here. I mean, we kind of need a multi-select here. But let's go with a simplified case. We'll obviously adapt to different edge cases with time. Let's assume that it's a simple transaction where we have to choose just one account and that is it. This function is not defined yet, so let's define this here so that the error goes away. No errors now. Choosing this, choosing amount, and send payment. And what happened? Nothing happened. Oh, because there is no, the function isn't doing anything yet. So I think at this point we simply do a console.log of it. I hope both the streams are live as they should be. Cool. So when send payment is clicked, we fire this function, and what do? We tied up both the models. I only remember doing it for one. So this is the select, and here's the input. This becomes amount, and the placeholder becomes 0.004, something like that. So over here, we simply read the values, which are form send payment account and this dot form send payment amount. Let's run it. So account 2, 1.21, account 1, account 3. Cool. Okay, so over here, what do we have to do? We have to generate a QR code here. Okay. Let's go through the entire user flow one more time and add a bunch of to-dos so that I'm able to keep track of what needs doing and what not. Okay, in the home view, we have the dashboard. Nothing fancy is going on in here. You can show this data in a table. That will look a little nice. It's here. Let's pull up a nice looking table. I think we do have one in one of the free modules. Did that copy or not? Okay, it did. So now we just keep first row in the T-body and delete everything else. And simply name it. The very first would be symbol. Then what else we have? Account label. Then we have the what do we have here? Balance. We'll use this in account labels, and for these we'll simply have the hide addresses button. Okay, we should be back now. Checking. Why does Twitch create another stream? Let me quickly check this. Improve the viewing experience for your stream by enabling a backup in the event your stream is disconnected. If your primary stream fails, automatically display a temporary visual to viewers for 90 seconds while you troubleshoot and reconnect. Note, this requires the use of a major encoder to work properly. So why is this not working for my account? It created yet another stream, which is kind of stupid. YouTube is actually doing a good job with this. It does not create a new stream and is able to resume. I think after the stream I'll simply be relying on a different connection that doesn't makes the OBS disconnects the stream and restarts, which is causing these issues. So where were we? Okay, here we can specify the symbol for it, an SVG or something, and over here comes the name. So account label actually comes there. If I want to look at that way, that is I'm sorry, what is supposed to come here? Entry dot label. I mean, do I have to traverse the entry now, because I am copying these accounts in a variable of its own, so I'll simply use that instead of relying on that. So mm, what's gonna be called? I think I'll just do XXX and then I can simply change them in one go. So I display the label here. I can display the account address here. No, what? App is not defined? What are you saying, bro? What happened to you? App is not defined. Now, why would that be? Is the view just not loading from the... Everything seems to be loading and it's... Okay, it went away. I think it was because... What is this stupid extension doing? Oh, it's the ad blocker. Anyway, gonna counts. App. Oh, app is not defined again. What? How is app not defined? Did I accidentally deleted some code or something? What happened here? This makes no sense. App is not defined. Vue.js. It will tell me that the Vue.js library is not loaded. So Vue is the global name. So let's check for that if that's loaded. It seems to be loaded. So is the main.js not loading here? Even that is loading. The navigation seems to be working. And yet to tell me what? What sorcery is this? Hmm. Oh, it's of a different window. That's why. Moving the chat window here since I realize my webcam is on the top of this and people are not able to see the errors at all. And chat is really not that important. The error messages are, so let's try this. Okay, we have the accounts here. Address, balance, ID, expire labels. Coming back to it, we will load an image over here. The label goes here, the address goes here, and then Director Human Resources. What else do we have? We have to show the whether it's an expert key or not. And we have to show the balance. So balance comes over here. Looking at this file, I can simply place it with the account active. This is the status where I can make it say whether it's an expert key or not. But I want to show this if this is true. So I'll do a wave here. This will tie up to this, and if it is, then simply say expub here. We didn't show the account ID. So we show the ID under the label, and we show account address over here. Account address, and let's see how that looks. Copying it over to the main index.html file now, and this is what we replace. Pasting it here, saving it. Specifying the model here, account in Bitcoin accounts. Let's see how that looks. Inheritance, stamp building project, e-commerce site. Hello again. Now we have the account ID here. You want to create the next Facebook? Good luck with that. Account ID. Then the address is here. You're not making any sense. Yeah, no apps are the future. It has been the future. We have been living in the future. But what's the future of the future? So we have the addresses here, the label. Don't need symbol here. What do you mean by mobile Bitcoin? What is that? Like send from phone to phone? You can do that right now with the regular Bitcoin. What what does the mobile Bitcoin do differently? I think you need to learn a little bit about Bitcoin, and what you're describing is essentially what can be done with Bitcoin as is. If you're talking about the usability of things, then that's a different problem to solve, and people are actively trying to solve it. Uh, would I recommend following this project? Which project? Oh, the project that I'm doing? Not really. I mean, it's not a course by which you can learn. It's just kind of a chill stream where you can see how the development is going on, what I'm building, and what I'm working on. If you want to learn about Bitcoin, you need to read a book called Mastering Bitcoin. Go download the PDF. It's available online to it's available for free to read online. It explains everything, all the concepts and everything. This project isn't a regular online wallet. It's a two-device approach where the one is a wallet. One is a wallet and one is a vault, and this one is essentially air capped, meaning it's never connected to internet. It's not connected to Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, or whatever. The communication only happens with QR code. So this wallet mobile app, this blue one, is what you will have installed on your phone or on desktop or on laptop, and then the actual private keys and everything is held over here. And this is a Raspberry Pi. I don't know if you're familiar with it. It's a simple circuit board on which there will be a custom Linux OS and a similar app like to this. So the communication happens between them. All the sensitive information is safely kept on the Vault app. It never goes to the wallet app, and hence minimizing the risk of theft of funds and things of that nature. This is not free. Okay, don't wanna bother right now. I think we can close all of these tabs. I'm trying to finish this table and then move on to the other things. So we are validating for this, or capital P. Okay, looks good. The logo can come here, the label, the account ID, the address. I won't be showing these in the UI, but I have it there for now. And then, don't need this. And perhaps this can come below this. That doesn't look good. Hey, let's not show addresses at all, because I don't know why would the user need to see them by default. It's something that should be hidden unless the user is explicitly chosen to see it. Now the balance is here, the account label. Even the account ID doesn't matter to the user, so let's hide that away and show the expert key check over here. This looks a little better. If we include this in the div itself, even better. Okay, the column name needs to shift. I think I'll just call it account for now. This one doesn't even need to be here now, so it simply becomes account balance. So this becomes account, this is balance. Moving this one column up, and then what do we have? We account balance, nothing else, so we don't need this table at all, column at all. Yep, that looks all right for now. And we can have show address action here when the user wants to see the address, but I'll really have to consider what to do here when it's an extended pub key and it's not just a single address to show here. That looks good. Okay, better. So as far as the dashboard view goes, this is done. I mean, even this is futile as of now. I don't see it serving a purpose in the MVP. Going to the add account option, let's collapse this, bold the font, the label and the key here. The action that happens on the submission of it is here, and okay, we haven't specified the function that will be attached to it yet. Let's define that here. Add account function. And over here, let's simply pull the values out of the form add account label, form add account address, and see if that's working. Titan and gibberish. Add. Okay, what just happened? Did the page reload? I think it tried to submit the form. That's what happened here. Yep. Need to prevent the default. Does return false work in this context? Do I need the event dot prevent default? Is that the function? Something add. Yes, that is it. Page isn't reloading now. We'll kind of need this everywhere, so okay. And over here, since this add account form was filled out, we need to send the request to the API. Send request to API to save account. Okay. So that's added here as a to-do. You can actually write the request for it, and they later on, so you gotta figure out the remaining bits of it. Gonna expand that for a second. Okay. I think this is more like a local host server running on 3000 port, and since it's entirely API, nothing else to do here other than just passing on the data. Let's see. We need to encode the labels so that they can be part of the URL. Oh, we actually, since we're sending data, we'll be issuing a post request. So let's pull up an example of Axios post in UJS context. So the data goes on as the second argument, axios.post. We do need to specify the endpoint though, so let's consider the endpoint to be add account, and let's provide the data here. So this will become label is this dot form add account label, and address or the xpub key, which will become add account address. And then we simply chain it. Then we can simply use this format of defining a function inside of which what do I need to happen. We will read what happened from the response, check the success event, if that is true, show I confirmation in UI. Actually, I'll just write it down as like this: show confirmation or error in UI. then we need to specify in case of failure. Uh, this is a failure when the network transaction, the network request fails, and when the API actually handles it and there is some other error, then that will be handled here. So again, I've not decided how I'll be showing the confirmations. Show network error UI. Oh, this is not Go language. I need parentheses here. Just copy down this here only. Okay, this is done. Now we go to the receive payment screen. Over here, we choose the account, generate address, and a fresh address is generated. The input field is populated here. Still need to do the QR code aspect of it. So let's write that as a to-do here. Show QR code for the fresh address received. So once that address is shown, the user can scan it and use it or forward it somewhere. So this will also need to be, user can tap on it and easily copy it. Okay. Address in text format should be easy for the user to copy. Okay, that's that. In the send payment screen, choose the account from which you want to send payment. You choose the account, you specify the BTC amount, you click send payment. Those values get pulled up here. And the QR code is supposed to be generated for this as well. Yes, so generate a QR code for since I'm encoding these two values in a QR code, I need a singular structure for them. So for that, I'll simply encode them in a JSON. Let's call that where payload is equal to, gonna do this by hand. Account ID, this will be an integer. And then comma here and amount. Since we are passing strings, I'm just gonna pass string and not worry about the data type of the currency values. because when actually using these currency values for actual usage, I'll simply be using the smallest of the units, which is Satoshi in this case, and then accordingly show it in a decimal format or however the user chooses to display it. And this becomes this form send payment amount, right? Okay, let's see if that looks like a valid JSON, and we'll validate it. Generate QR code, gotta reload this, select this, specify amount, send payment, account ID 2, amount 123, looks valid. What if there's a value using a float here? JSON validator. See, does it need to be in double quotes? Expecting string. Got this. Oh yeah, JSON does require the keys to be. Should be good now. Sweet. Now this is done. Need to show the generate a QR code for JSON payload. And what does the QR code look like for such small data? Let's check that. QR code generator online. I'm gonna try scanning this with a phone. I wonder if I simply show 3 characters. Okay, that's quite small. This is a lot of data. Visually, the QR code didn't change much when I doubled the data. Okay, or maybe it did, maybe it did. How easy or difficult it is for a camera to scan such a QR code. Simple enough, for at least for the iPhone. Gonna try adding some more data. Let's actually get a sample of unsigned transactions from somewhere and see what that looks like. Okay, this signing process is something that I have to learn, so this does not make sense to me. But for our purpose, essentially what we'll be doing is sending small data only, like this. So how hard it is for a camera to scan it from this far. Doesn't do it, doesn't do it. It should be enough. Okay, if I zoom it, it works. Hmm. Okay, should be in the clear. Okay, this is send screen and then the broadcast screen. Let's quickly build that. Then at least the essential screens are in place and I can start working on the back end and the QR code generation functionalities. Okay, let's see. Okay, so we'll copy this. So essentially the broadcast screen will try to read the QR code that's being shown of the Vault app. It will decode the information from there and show it to us so that we can confirm what's in there and then hit broadcast. Only then it gets transmitted. Hmm. Thinking about the security aspect here. If for some reason the QR code that's coming out of the Vault air gap is malicious, let's say some malware has managed to jump the air gap and then it's sending the QR code back, which is malicious, then provided the wallet app is infected as well, then it will simply retrieve that QR and simply use it. So such an attack would require being able to exploit first jumping the air gap, sending it, which is difficult in itself because the code over there is simply trying to extract the QR code, the textual information out of the video stream, and the rest is discarded. And obviously, we're paying a lot of attention to the internals of the system drivers and the Go language code that I'll write for reading and parsing those QR codes and video feed. So if a malware does manage to jump the air gap, then not only it will need to jump, it will also need to hijack the uh, broadcast screen on this point so that as soon as it receives that QR code, it's able to copy that and run away with it before we even have a chance of verifying it. I think what would make sense is when the air gap actually signs the transaction, then it shows what it has signed, and that way we know the QR code that we're going to scan is the one that we intended or not, because there will be one confirmation when we take the QR code, the unsigned data. After filling this out, the QR code that's generated over here is taken to the Voltaire gap. It shows the confirmation before signing it. We confirm by explicitly pressing a button. Then it signs the transaction, and then it reads from that signed transaction and show the confirmation again when the user or when we click another button for as a confirmation. Then it shows us the QR code, which then we scan from the wallet app. So yeah, I guess in order to be able to break this, there would have to be a bunch of uh, a few attacks working together in conjunction, and provided that the data transfer mode here is just QR code, and visually not a lot of data is gonna get passed without leaving a visual hint to the user that the QR code they are scanning is indeed carries a lot of data. So there is some requirement of educating the user there as well. And then for my own purpose, just take a note of the QR code. If it looks it's very fine grained, then obviously something malicious is at play and is trying to send more data than it's intended. Okay, let's proceed. On the broadcast screen, we have this. So we simply need a QR code scanner here, which will, upon scanning, populate a text area field. Scan QR code. That will trigger something. Then we'll have a text area. This will be signed transaction. And another security layer that we can build in this is when actually broadcasting the transactions, we can introduce a third device maybe which receives this QR code, and since that's separated from this, it adds uh, another layer of what do I call it, another barrier that the attack must jump before it's able to steal away that signed transaction. Because if somehow the QR code is malicious, the signed transaction itself is malicious, then this device will simply know what's up because it will read the data from the signed transaction. That makes sense. Okay, something good to think about. Signed transaction here, signed transaction over here. Then what else? Scan QR for broadcast. Let's define that function here. And this will trigger webcam, scan QR code, decode JSON payload. and then populate the text area. And also show the transaction that was signed. Now, how do we show this? Do we show I think we'll have to extract out the specific fields, the recipient address and whatnot. I don't know what's the data format of the signed transaction, but we can show the entire JSON in a pre tag, maybe. I don't know. We'll have to see. Kind of show it here. Could be. We can try. Let's go with that for now. Need another variable for it. Sign transaction values, sign transaction payload. Let's call it decoded. Decoded JSON will be held by this variable here, and sign transaction, this in itself will be so this will be what the, let's see, coin code JSON RPC sign transaction. How does it look like? Raw transactions, combined raw transaction. If you have a raw transaction and want to make sure all of its signatures are correct, you can use the signature transaction API call, pass in the hex encoded raw transaction, then inputs that Bitcoin doesn't know yet about, and an empty array of private keys to use to sign the transaction. Passing an empty array of private keys will prevent signed raw transaction from doing any signing. If it returns complete 1, then all of the existing signatures are valid. So it will essentially be a hex encoded string, which will show in the text area. The confirmation of actual transaction from the signed from the signed raw transaction data. So the actual signed transaction that comes out of the Vault app need not be a JSON payload. I can make it into a JSON payload for the sake of consistency in the structure, but apart from that, nothing else to gain really there. So let's keep it in JSON. When we receive it, we populate that in the text area and show that in the JSON something or whatever. I mean, I'll have a better idea of this when I'll actually be passing data around. Let's add that as a big to do. Does that. Let's give the text area something so that it at least looks like it exists. Okay, it doesn't want to take that. Oh, maybe I think please specify the background here. Let's just do that to push that below it. Is it calls and rows plural? Oh yeah. Oops, too wide. So don't need that many rows. 5 rows is no, 15 is fine. Oops, I broke something. What did I do? What did I break? Okay. Looks okay for now. So this is the home page, the dashboard, add account option. Oh, what's this error? Cannot find element footer. Invalid V4 expression, signed transaction. Error compiling template, V model, signed transaction. Decoded V model is not supported for this element type. Okay. So I don't know what to do with this. Let's keep it out for now. Add account, receive payment, generate address, QR code, send crypto, this, send payment, broadcast, scan QR code gets populated here. Need another button for the actual broadcast. Broadcast transaction. Send it. What happened to the internet? Is it working? Seems to be working just fine. Okay, the library didn't load from the CDN. Loading again. Okay, and this will only need to be shown when we actually have data inside of it. So that goes away, and once it's here, it appears. Go. Similarly, this is not meant to be typed with a user, so we can make it read only. Yep, and it will also need to be shown only when we have scanned the QR code. So when the QR code is scanned, where do we receive the data first? In the signed transaction only. inside of scan QR for broadcast, which is this. So as soon as this function scans, decodes, and put it into this variable, this will be shown by itself. So we kind of only need to show this when there's something to show here. So as soon as the QR code generates some data, it will be shown here. I can quickly test that by doing this. app.sign transaction is equal to something. So it also appeared in the broad transaction button as well. Cool. So you need to add either direct address or extra keys. I have address to this. Query the balance on those addresses using JSON RPC of Bitcoin core node. Yes, this is something I need to do. So in terms of, let's see what will work where, and build up a little diagram here. Okay, let's say this is the Raspberry Pi. This is the vault, highlighted by this color, and we will have this app which will be on the device. Wallet app. This will be on a phone or on a desktop. Can I add icon here? I guess not. I thought that was possible, but okay. So let's just call it mobile. PC. So this will run the Vue.js app. This backend Go app will have to run on a server. So this will be that server, which is acting as the backend. Right. Go server. This is the backend. And then we have the coin core node. This will communicate with this, and this will communicate with this, and these will communicate with QR codes. So this is a PWA app basically. How do I add a comment? This is not what I want. This is essentially a web app. Let's make it a little pretty. This is the Raspberry Pi. Bitcoin Core node. I think this is more appropriate for this. And this is our backend server, which is best represented by this. So this is a PWA. This runs on a server, and this runs on a server. This queries the node on the behalf of this PWA app, and only when the signing or the address generation needs to happen, then it interacts with the Vault app, which is in the QR code. Okay, this makes sense. Let's group these so that they don't keep on running away. And then let's group the entire thing. Cool. I'll go get some water. Be right back. I'm sorry, I didn't realize. Thanks for letting me know. So in order to add account, it's also possible that the user has a paper wallet of some sort, and I'll obviously be building the ability to import the paper wallets into the Vault app directly, so that happens completely offline and there is no risk attached to it. Over here, the chances are BIP44 compliant users will be generating addresses, and they, instead of entering it manually, they will be scanning a QR code. So this also gives them the ability to just monitor a Bitcoin address and the funds associated, essentially a watch only feature, by putting in a random Bitcoin address in here. Or if they want to address an extended web key, they need to scan the QR code. So let's add the option for that. Add account screen. Okay. And instead of trying to think of the layout right now, I'm just gonna add it below it. Let's copy this button. Scan QR code. And what are these things doing? I don't know. Margin on x-axis negative, margin button. I do not know yet what MD is. I think it's medium screen size with half of the width. Oh yeah, half width. 3 pixel, not 3, but a margin on x-axis, bottom margin, and then medium screen. Okay. So essentially, yeah, I don't want to get into this right now. Let's forget it. Scan QR code. This will be the names I've been using. Scan for broadcast. Scan QR for address import. If I simply move it up, for now I can simply use a bunch of BRs and indicate. And obviously there will be proper US validation here, like sorry, UI validation here. So in order to minimize user mistakes in user input, we'll have some validation going on. But for now, this will have to suffice. Okay, so add the label here, add a regular address here. If you have the extended pub key, you can add it here. If you're relying on the Vault app, then you click on the scan QR code. It opens up the webcam. From the Vault app, you generate a new account. It will show the QR code. You scan that QR code in here, and it will auto import it. Yes, I don't think we need any confirmation step from user at this point, and it can simply auto import. Okay. Do want to make this button a little small. Did that work? Nope. background hover text font. Hmm. Okay, that looks a little better. And let's make it call add account. This looks better now. We do have an error here. Scan QR for address import is not defined. So let's add that here. Trigger webcam, scan QR code, and send API request to add account. So coming back to this, add account will be an endpoint where we will pass the label and the address or xpub key. Passed, and then we can simply fire up the load request again, and it will reflect the most recent state of the app. Okay. Then in the receive crypto form, we are simply generating address here. The QR code will be shown. No actual interaction. Oh, there will be this API call is fetching from the backend only. So where is that? This. So this will become generate address. Fetch fresh address, and by fresh I mean previously unused address, so that we are able to maintain that privacy state and anonymity, as in no address is used more than once. So every time the user requests for an address, we return an address which has never been used. So we'll be creating a lot of addresses, and we'll have to maintain the state of the addresses that have been used and the ones that have been generated but hasn't seen an incoming transaction coming through. And after a certain expiration period, 7 days, 30 days, I've not decided that on, we can mark that address as reusable. And the next time the the fresh generate address this call is fired, it will reuse that one of those addresses. Because if we are generating a lot of addresses, and if we are leaving a lot of uh, a huge gap in the address generation space, the indexes, the moment it goes above 20, that's going beyond the definition, the gap limit that's defined under BIP44. And other wallet addresses where you might choose to re-import your seed, they might not show your entire balance, because they will stop checking further and further addresses for balance if they encounter 20 addresses which do not have any balance in them or transaction in them. But for that purpose, the BIP44 compliance, this wallet will go beyond the 20 limit. So I think I'll once this is done, once the primary basic offering is done, one of the premium features would be to specify a custom gap limit, so that if you know for a fact that you want to scan the address space going over that 20 limit, you are able to do so. You want to generate 1,000 addresses? Be my guest. Okay, generate address. Fetch a fresh address. Uh, we do pass the account expert to use account ID, not expert. So let's. So all these are shown are already expert keys only. I think. Let me quickly confirm that. Receive. This is here. So from receive payment address, account in Bitcoin accounts, account ID, account label. Okay, so we are displaying all of them, but we shouldn't. I think the user can get confused here at this point, that why is he able to select a single address? I mean, if this is not an extended pub key, it is just a regular address. The user already knows the address because this definitely didn't came from our vault. I mean, except the paper wallet scenario. And it makes no sense to receive payment on the address that you have already generated. If you're a user of this app, I take it that you are a fan of BIP44 and that's how you manage your funds. So it makes no sense to use a singular Bitcoin address to receive payments. So I'll simply default to showing only the xpub accounts here, so that a generate address command for that account makes sense. Otherwise, if you send it for this one and it's not an extended pub key, there is no address to generate for it, the backend will return an API, the UI will have to handle that case. So it simply makes sense to just let the user select an extended pub key here. Let's see how we can do that here. B for account in Bitcoins, value this. I think if we simply add a B if condition here, inside of which we say account dot is xpub key is equal to true, that should do it. Yep, that did it. So only the e-commerce site account, which is an extended pub key1, is available for selection. Here you select this, fetch a fresh address. We do pass the account ID here. Okay. Account ID is passed. Fetch a fresh address from that xpub key. Okay. So in a way, if you think about it, once you have imported an extended pub key into your account, there is no way. I think it makes sense if I do not allow the xpub key for to be shown ever. That kind of preserves your anonymity of the transactions and your funds, and also xpub key, even though it's a public kind of a key, if if it's clubbed with a child private key, if that child private key is exposed somehow, then this extended pub key plus that child private key can be used to figure out all the private keys of all the children. So it can be used to do that sort of an attack. But how is someone gonna get a extended private key, not extended but a regular private key of a child in the BIP44 hierarchy? They're not. But still, let's keep the extended pub key private and not show it, because we already have an account ID and label attached to them, so we'll just use that. Okay, load, add, generate. Load, add, generate, and then send. Okay, if I'm sending a payment, all of the accounts should be, all the accounts which have fund in them should be allowed here. Or perhaps when we are sending a payment, the amount field should come on the top. And if it's 1.2 BTC, then only show an account that has the funds to fulfill this requirement. I mean, this is a tricky one. Let's say I have 30 BTC, a payment of a 30 BTC. So even the biggest one will not satisfy. But if I'm really trying to send BTC, 30 BTC, then these two, like all the addresses under, since these are singular accounts, I mean, clubbing of multiple addresses together and then sending the funds from all of those addresses to the recipient address is possible. And for that, we truly require a multi-select here. But the UX of that is tricky, a little tricky. Because if it's 30, then obviously it cannot be satisfied by a single transaction. Sorry, from a transaction from a single account. And even if it was possible, I mean, if it's 30, it cannot be specified, then we obviously need to club. We need to be able to multi-select so that the user can select, okay, choose this one and this one, or choose this one or this one if it has the balance. But if it's something like 25, which let's say just one, which any of the balances can be, accounts can be used to satisfy, then we can use any of them to whatever we like. So in that case, we need to just select one and not a multi-select. But what if the user selects multiple of these in a multi-select for a transaction that does not require selecting multiple inputs? How do we handle that? I think it's tricky because the selections you can make in a multi-select will depend on the balances between them and the value of the actual transaction that we have to do. So I'll have to think about this, but for now, I think I'll simply assume the user knows what he's doing, and if they're trying to send funds that are not in there, the transaction will fail. I mean, I can trigger that on the I can trigger that on, I mean, or maybe I can have checkboxes. But what if the user has like 20 accounts? Then the UI will be 20 checkboxes, which I do not want. I mean, whatever. Let's just assume the transaction is short enough. Choosing an account. So two things, and then send payment. Send payment essentially generates a QR code, which happens on the it will need a interaction with the backend API because we would need to collect the addresses which can be used to fulfill the funds requested for transfer. How do I name it? Let's we will have to find a better name for it. Okay, so amount and account ID are passed. API returns an array of addresses that can be used to satisfy the amount, satisfy the fund request of amount of the set amount. So now we have a bunch of addresses. Yes, and So the Vault app doesn't know about labels. I mean, you can have labels, but not account IDs. Mm, those account IDs are not in sync with the wallet app. So when I'm trying to send a transaction and I have checked with the backend server which knows the balances, what are the addresses that can be clubbed together to satisfy the fund request, I can simply pass that information to the Vault app that hey, here are the 5 addresses, this is the recipient address, and this much amount of bitcoins need to be transferred. And then the Vault app will look at all those addresses, find those addresses across different accounts and everything, and do the actual signing. I think yeah, I think that works out just fine. So let's call it prepare send transaction, because we are essentially only returning addresses and no no actual sending of transaction is happening. Okay. Broadcast again, scan QR code. Once that's done, clicking on the broad transaction, have I defined oh, I can't really see that here, can I? Okay, broadcast transaction is here. So there we need a API call here. So this can be broadcast endpoint. Gets the sign transaction, raw transaction, and hand it over to code node. So we need 5 API endpoints here. Cool. Let's switch to some backend code now. We'll be running the server on port 3000 for now. This is enough to run a server. Let's see. Oh, I think it's listening, but it's not sending anything or whatever. Yep. It did say, because I have this message here. I guess it was just a little slow, or the firewall. I don't know. Let's see. Go build main.go into executable so that we don't have to keep on allowing the firewall. Listening on port. The firewall prompt didn't come, I think, because I've ran it in the past, so that's good. And of course, error here. Okay, so now we need to specify our load endpoint. I don't think I want to use a framework or anything here. Let's just open a simple MVP style example, and oh, actually I've not considered the cases where the user would want to delete these accounts. I mean, it makes no sense to delete the accounts because in a way these accounts exist under your seed phrase and is a part of your Bitcoin wallet or your cryptocurrency wallet, and it makes just it just doesn't make like it's something that cannot be deleted. It's always going to exist there. The only matter is whether it's relevant for you to see that in the UI or not. So I think later on, what I can do is simply provide an option here which will hide this account if it has zero balance, and if it has not, or let me be show at the bottom of the table. And I'm sure after 10-20 accounts you will need some pagination of some kind as well. So don't really need any CRUD operations on accounts because they are there, they're gonna exist. It's just a matter of knowing the extended pub keys. Okay, I can use an environment variable for the port. Using mux. Okay, I think let's see. We'll need to provide a handler here. So let's open very basic examples and keep on writing our own code. And unless we have a solid reason to use a framework or something, let's do the plumbing task ourselves. Okay, so this is what I'm looking for. I'm curious, what's the second argument that's passed to this function? Yep, handler only, and I think I've specified a handler in the second argument of this function when I've used it in the past. I want to explore that real quick. Go language, basic HTTP server. Let's check this one out. Okay, I'll quickly check a project that I did it on, but it's kind of a sensitive project, so give me a second while I check that. Okay, where are you? Where are you? Hmm, surprising. Okay, so some sort of logging module was used here, and even in a previous code, I was doing it in this format. Okay, let's start defining the endpoints here. Load, and let's pull these functions out of here. Load handler, and then let's try running this simple path first, make sure it's running. Why didn't? Okay, it will run now. Listening on server, localhost 3000, 404 slash load 404. Let's get a hello handler here first. That should work. It's not doing anything fancy. How can someone screw up a hello world program? What's wrong here? I don't see anything wrong with it. Let's try logging something. Maybe inside hello handler. Oh, need to use double quotes. Enter hello. This WSL1 is so slow in Windows. I mean, it was fast when I set it up, but with time it has gotten so slow that it takes a little while to save the file and run the Go formatter. It's ridiculous. I've been waiting for WSL2 to come out, but stupid Windows is not giving me that update. Okay, running up again. Reloading, nothing is showing up. That's weird. I think I'm missing something very obvious here. Oh, I know. That's such a stupid mistake. This fires up a go routine and it never returns, so anything after this line does not get executed unless this throws an error. And why would it throw an error? It will work this time. Yep. Okay. So we'll leave the hello handler as it is. We also got the output in the, yeah, we did. Okay. Okay, coming to load handler, what are we expecting it to do? Fetch all addresses along with balance for all supported cryptocurrencies. I don't even have a database created yet, and I'm not even sure how I'll be building it. If I should be using a relational database as MySQL, or if I should be trying my hands at DynamoDB. That's something I've been meaning to try. I think we'll go with MySQL for now, because otherwise we are busy configuring things rather than building things. Okay. Okay, started MySQL server, and now, okay, hello load, okay, fetch, all addresses along with balance for all supported cryptocurrencies. So first of all, we need to know who the user is. But I have plans to build those abstractions in a different format. I'll quickly show you guys what I mean by that. I'm working on this project as well. I'll show you in a second. Hang on. Okay. If you can see here, this is one of the project, the stackpro.cloud. That's the URL, and in which all of my products that I'm building will be architected in this way. So all the common code functionality, which is like uh, user management, user registration, user sign up, password recovery, billing information, account details, all those things which are common in a hosted SaaS. If you're running a SaaS, there would be a bunch of things that will be outside of your core idea and are just managerial activities, as to speak. So I plan to abstract that away in a single serverless offering like this. So in a way, your SaaS can be constructed as landing page, completely static on a CDN. The app interface, the one that we have been building in like web interface, that can be completely static and hosted on a CDN. And then that app interacts with two APIs. One API is your own core prototype API, which will do its thing. And for anything else, it will interact with this API, api.stackpro.cloud, and you don't have to worry about the scalability aspects of it, and it simply works for you. So user authentication, it's kind of like a Firebase. I think it's Firebase, yeah, Firebase. So kind of the same offering that the Firebase is, but not directed towards developers, but more towards SaaS owners. So a set of responsibilities when they want to try out a particular idea are taken care of. This is managed here, and you simply write the code for your core or the prototype of your idea over here. So that's something that I'll be following here. And switching back here. Yeah. So that's why I'll not be building the user uh, management or user authentication, those things in this API. I'll figure out a way when I get that working. So let's build this keeping in mind that we are building a prototype and there's only one user. That's me. So let's see. Fetch all addresses. So if the load request is coming, the server knows it's me. There's only one user, and we fetch its details. So the mock response we had, so that it can pull this data out of the database and encode it into JSON and return it. Okay, so what do we do now? Should we create a database first? Let's do that. I don't know what my root password is. I mean, I don't remember. I can quickly check though. And I don't know if it has any sensitive information. Give me a second. Very sensitive information here. The DB username and the DB password is my alias only, so nothing to be fear of. Okay, we have a bunch of databases here. create database. Oh no. Woodpecker underscore vault. No, wallet. So if you guys are wondering about Woodpecker, that's the single brand I'll be working in building the name for, and all my cryptocurrencies related projects will be launched under this umbrella. So that's the significance of that name. Okay, now the database is created. Use Woodpecker wallet. Now we need to create a table. MySQL create table 2. I would love a simple tool if you can type the information and it generates the query for me. Sweet. Wallet engine. Is InnoDB the better one or the other way around? I think it's the InnoDB. Or I can simply take a look inside the database that we have. Zero show tables. What's the command? Describe. Guys, I have a package. Let me grab it. Hang on. Sorry guys, I had to take a delivery. Okay, where were we? We were creating a table and we were wondering whether to use InnoDB or MySM. I'm pretty sure it was InnoDB. That makes sense for our use case. Let's download Adminer actually, and we'll be able to browse our mm, d dub dub dub. Let's put it here. And now we'll need to damn, I can never get used to this keyboard. Okay, start PHP, localhost. Is that supposed to work directly? No. I'll just move that around to one of the domains. Which in our case I'll use the redirect to one. Makes no sense why this would throw an error. Okay. Let me do this. Stop the entire stack that I'm running and start it again using the same script. And let's see what happens. Didn't say anything about the Redis. Okay. Don't want to debugging a PHP issue right now. Nope, not showing here. What is going on? Scratch that, I don't want to deal with this. I'll quickly just check. WordPress, database, table engine. Just need to confirm it's indeed InnoDB. Yeah, so originally it was MySM, then it was converted to InnoDB, so InnoDB is what we want. Not because WordPress did it, because I have saved that in my head as a relation to that. The one that WordPress uses now is the one that I want. Okay, in a DB name. Okay, let's see. What do we want? I think like this only. I want a simple column with the I like how the tooltip is describing the limits of it. I always use this one, UTF-8MB4, but the exact name doesn't ring a bell, but so I'll just go with this. Okay, length 10 should be sufficient because all we're gonna use is 3, 4, maybe 5. I don't know how big symbols can get with different cryptocurrencies. So let's just go with 10 so that we'll never have to change. Allow null no. What is this? Custom. Don't want that. New column. Then we obviously need ID. Begin auto increment. Unsigned. Allow null no. Primary key yes. ID symbol then label. Again varchar and how big? 150. Then okay. So either this column can be a simple address or an extended pub key. I think I'll go with two columns. Address varchar Bitcoin address length. I mean, if I'm supporting multiple currencies in the future, makes no sense to let's just go overboard with it 200. Address then xpub key again same 200 is fine, that will accommodate everything. Ben okay, then balance, we don't want a column for that, we'll always fetch it from the Bitcoin core node, so that looks all right. Index will be on primary ID, it should be by default because it's the primary key. Index names cannot be empty. Okay, how about you don't give me an index? Okay, generate it. Yep, that looks all right. Copy this and let's log into the use the database that we created and paste it. So now that we have table, oops, Okay, that was not the name of the table I intended to create. I thought I was entering the database name. Let's fix that. Switch to the database first, then tables, then drop table woodpecker wallet, show tables empty, then simply change the name here. What do we change it to? Hmm, accounts? Yes, let's go with accounts. Create table accounts, showing that now it looks good. Okay, this is a good tool. Let's close these tabs that we don't require right now. And come back to what we are working on. Main.go. Okay, fetch all addresses along with balance for all supported cryptocurrencies. Uh, I kind of need a user ID in there as well. User ID, big int, unsigned. ID, user ID like that. Allow null no. Okay. Okay. I've never used MySQL with Go language before. Only Redis. So, what library do we need to interact with MySQL? Let's see. Is this a, I mean, it's a good option for sure, but does the Go language also come with something native to interact with the SQL? Import database slash SQL. This is the native one, I think. Must be used in connection with the database driver. Oh, I think that's the database driver then. Pretty sure this will exist over there. Yep, and why does it have a star over here? Drivers marked with this are both included in and pass the compatibility suite at Bradford's repository. Test all the database. Okay, whatever. Let's see. So we do this. thanks to my extension in Visual Code, it automatically adds the required packages, and if the code isn't using it, it also deletes it. Sometimes when I manually type something and hit save, then it removes it. I mean, I'll honestly figure this out faster with a tutorial than reading the documentation. Only when you are hitting a particular edge case and something is not working out as it should, then I think it makes sense to read the manual. But otherwise, I'm all pro RTFM. Yeah, SQL. Okay, also need this. Simply open a connection here, and if there's an error, then bail out. Otherwise, defer the closing of the database connection. So do I want to be opening and closing a database every single time inside a handler? Maybe not, but I think that's what we'll be doing for now. Is this supposed to be the database name? The database is called testdb. So why do you have test in here? I don't know. Woodpecker wallet. Let's see if this throws an panic. Not throws a panic, but rather if it panics. Cannot find packages. Package. Okay. Go get. How long have I been streaming for? Almost 5 hours. Nice. It has been a really productive day. After such a shitty day yesterday, this was what I needed. This was good. Cool. Okay, the server is up. Let's. Okay, it didn't say. Did we even connect the code? So we kind of need something here. And my internet connection again disconnected and connected. That must have caused a fork in the space-time continuum of Twitch. Yes, it did. Another stream has been started. Seriously stupid. And YouTube is acting nicely. It recovers. But Twitch, what are you doing? Anyway. About 2.6% frames on the network are being dropped. I think that just dropped when disconnection happened. Okay, we're getting the tada, so that's good. We are able to connect to the MySQL database. Now let's quickly fire a SQL query. db.query is what I'm looking for. Let's see, what do we want to do? I want to select asterisk from accounts where I don't have data in the table right now. So what will I have to do? I'll have to put some data in. But I'll just write the query for now. Where is it? Select asterisk from accounts where user ID is equal to 1 and data must return. Let's see what it does. Query executes a query that returns rows, typically a select. The arguments are for any placeholder parameters in the query. I also need to learn this context well. If there is error, panic. If there is not, then and what's the format of this data? Now how do I insert this data quickly? Insert into, yes, insert into table name, accounts, values, all the values here. ID would be 1 comma 1 comma BTC comma label would be personal, and now we need a valid address so that it can actually query the core node and shows us some balance. Let's use this tiny one. Like this. So this becomes the address, and there is no extended pub key in this case, so empty. One row inserted. Great. Let's get another address going. This will also be and what should be the label that we give it? To change the ID as well to 2 BTC. Let's see. Let's see, people are donating to me. So personal donations, this is the address. No extended puppy this time. Perfect. Okay, now what I'm able to do, actually let's just run with it for now and add the xpub key later on. Why is it undefined insert data? Save it, run it. Oh, we did get some data. mm, I'll have to see what the format of this data is that's being returned here, and then accordingly try to read it. Okay, I think yeah, that's what I'll end up doing, and I think it's time for me to take a break as well. It's been almost 4 or 5 hours. I'll take a break, and if I continue to work on the same project, building this project, I'll be back because I'll be doing this project totally on live stream, and we'll see. If you wanna follow me on my crypto adventures, then make sure you follow me on Twitter. And thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. I'll see you around. Bye bye.